Okay. Hello, I'd like to welcome everyone to our Park and Recreation Commission meeting for Thursday, July 20th. And before we get started, I just want to note that for recognition here for some of our members here, Samantha, very much so, that July is Park and Recreation Month celebration throughout the country. I remember that from years prior, but it's like today got it. And that tomorrow, the 21st, is Park and Recreation Professionals Day. So I want to thank Samantha from all of us, and your staff is truly amazing. The full-time, part-time, your training, the new counselors in training that you've got for the programs this year. But thank you all for everything you guys do. Okay, roll call. Guess we can get started.
Commissioner D'Amico?
Present.
Commissioner Courtney?
Here.
Commissioner Ainsworth?
Here.
Vice Chair Tinscher?
Here.
Chair Shemaine?
Here. Okay, and Pledge of Allegiance. We can stand for that, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's see. Item number 4, adoption of the agenda for July 20th, 2023. Is there a motion from commissioners for this? So, second, okay. Thank you. And on to number 5, our approval of our minutes from our last Park and Rec Commission advisory meeting on May 18th, 2023. Are there any corrections or reviews on that part? Okay. A motion to accept the review of our approval of our minutes from our last meeting. Okay, thank you. Item number 6, public comment.
Just as a reminder, if you could just make sure your microphone's on and speak into it, that would be great. Thank you.
Public comment that we've got here. Item number 6.
So we didn't have any general public comments submitted. We did have 2 that we distributed for a later item.
Okay. All right. And there's nothing from our audience here, so we can continue on. Item number 7A, really happy to have here tonight our brand new town manager, Brad Ralston. Thank you for coming and joining us tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. I am making the rounds, so to speak, and introducing myself to the town in general, but the boards and commissions specifically. So I want to echo the chair's comments about Samantha and her staff. I've been really impressed, and I think it's great to come into a situation where you have such great programming, and obviously the parks are, you know, part of the beauty of Yountville, and the Public Works obviously team that maintains them and does all the work to make them beautiful, and Sam and her staff that work so hard to program those parks and the facilities for recreation. So I knew right away, actually before I met Sam, I saw her her license plate, which if you haven't seen says Park and Rec. So I was like, okay, this is a passionate person. And that has at least proven to be true in my first few weeks here in Yountville. So a little bit about me. I was born and raised in La Jolla, California, which is a beautiful little town in San Diego that most people have visited one time or another. I came up to Berkeley for college in the late 80s and spent a little time in Tahoe before I went back down to San Diego. And I worked actually in the hospitality industry for some period of time before I moved into the public sector. And I've been working for 17 years in the public sector in different capacities. In the last 4 years, I was the city manager in a city in San Diego called National City. And then thanks to mainly my kids being out of the house, but also the allure of Yountville, I applied for the job, and thankfully the council chose me amongst what sounded like a big group of people that were interested in the position. So, and for good reason. Obviously, this is not only a beautiful town, but a great staff, and I think a great organization. So I'm here to listen and learn and to observe kind of the town and make sure that, we keep moving things forward. At the same time, I had my first council meeting Tuesday night. We talked about trees and fees. We had a long conversation about trees that I thought was productive, obviously related back to parks and but more generally kind of how we manage trees and so forth in the town. That conversation will come back, probably in September or October with some actionable items. And then yesterday, I guess, we had a morning where we discussed protocols and governance, and I thought that was a productive meeting. We're going to come back at the August 1st meeting with council to hopefully adopt a new handbook, which in essence kind of sets forth a lot of the procedural matters related to meetings and so forth that the council's been talking about for some time. So, I think that all the boards and commissions are different, but I do think it's important for us all to manage and to be part of effective, efficient meetings. So through Sam and staff, I'm happy to come back and talk about what we decided. I think that this is my first introduction to your group. I've met the Public Art Commission and also the ZDRB, the Zoning Design Review Board. And as I point out, different boards and commissions, generally have different policies, procedures, practices. So, I'd like to work with you all and, decide what it is you want, what you think it makes most sense for this group. But I feel you're in capable hands. So I'm not, and I've read through the agenda, and I'm, interested to see, how the master plan moves forward and what you're all thinking, because, there's a lot in there, first of all, and I know that, prioritization is hard. And I think that's one of the things that I'm trying to, work with the new council and the community so that I can understand goals and priorities, and then we can, find the resources to make those things happen. So that's what I view to be sort of the core job I'm tasked with. But, obviously with a staff that is, capable and has been here to, guide me from the beginning. So, my wife and I are living in town. Most people have either read about that in the Sun or or are aware of that. So we're living. I'm living right down the street from Steve Rogers. So it's good to have an institutional neighbor that I can lean on when because there's a lot of questions as I get to know the town. But for all of you, hopefully you feel comfortable approaching me and. Offering your thoughts, and obviously as a group, what you decide becomes, important advice to the council as we move forward and, make Yountville continue to, I guess, have Yountville be the heart of Napa Valley, but really the quality of life that you all have grown to accept or expect, and also, I think we can always make things better. But I'm glad to be of service, and I know you have a big agenda, but I'm happy to answer any questions or, again, stop me on the street or at the next event and bend my ear.
Thank
Nice
you
to
very
meet you
much.
all.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Glad to have you here. Okay, on to item number B for the, we're going to be going through the Blue Zone walking map for the review and some feedback.
Yes. So I will reintroduce to you Kelly Bond. She's here from Blue Zone, Upper Napa Valley Blue Zones, back with us tonight. She was, of course, here at our May meeting, and we gave some feedback on the map and the next item, which is the wayfinding signs. So we do know that the copy that you received can be difficult to see in print because the map, in theory, will be much larger.
I have many copies.
Oh, great. Yeah, terrific. We can pass
They
those.
have some, or okay.
Well, they have a small 8x11, but we can pass those around. Thank you, Brad. And so I'll let Kelly kind of walk through what the feedback that we received from you, and she worked with the graphic designer. I say we, I just let Kelly does all that work.
Okay.
To update and hopefully make some of those changes, and then also just we can discuss the progress or lack thereof with the Veterans Home portion and what our plan is for that. Yes, ma'am. Got it.
All right. Looks like the papers are almost to the end. Thank you all for having me back. So we took the feedback that you'd given us on the wayfinding, the trail markers, as well as the map itself. So I'll just briefly kind of summarize, refresh your memory, what you wanted changed and how we changed it, and then talk about some next steps and some potential additional revisions regarding the vets home that Sam alluded to. So starting with the trail markers, you all had requested purple and brown as the colors. So we kept the purple, added the brown, and took away the other ones. And then we also revised the content on the slides. There were kind of 4 pieces of content. There are different options, and you all wanted them on one. And so we did that. We've added the miles, the minutes, and different other content to the trail markers. So those are the main updates on the trail markers. I'll give you a brief update on the map, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. So on the walking map, we took some things off that folks didn't want on, mainly different points on the key there, correcting some spelling of things, so pretty minor wordsmithing. We did make some updates to the Veterans Home representation. I'll come back to that in a second. The main large update was the walking routes 4 through 6. They previously were all shades of blue, which was kind of hard to read. And so we changed the color so that it's hopefully easier to read those. Those were the main updates to the map. And then the Veterans Home, Sam has been trying tirelessly to connect with the Vets Home to get approval for us to include them on the map. Unfortunately, we have not been successful in that. And so I think at this point, we may have to just remove the Veterans Home from the map. And then the 3 walking routes that start at the Vets Home, we'll just have to start them at the golf club so that it's on publicly accessible property. And Sam, is there anything else you want to add to that?
No, just I'm sure as you're all aware that there are changes going on at the home as far as just general public access to the property. And so we wouldn't want, without approval, to move something forward that may lead the public to believe that they could just walk through and access those areas. Have not been successful in getting a discussion going around that draft. So I think that strategically and with the feedback of John and Rosalba, it's probably best just to take that off at this point. The feedback, and we did add that, the private property note on there, but I just think it's not, I don't know if people will necessarily see that. And of course, it'll be there as a location, just orientation-wise on the map, unless we cut that off. But the routes themselves will not be shown there.
So Sam, am I hearing from you to leave the Vets Home on, but just adjust the walking routes?
I think that, you have Vintners Golf Course, Napa Valley Museum, and as far as like a marker for orientation, you could leave it on there, but the trails, the path lines, we should take off.
Yeah, okay, yep.
Or the route lines, yes. So then we'll just adjust those mileage estimates based on bringing that down. So obviously still hoping and welcoming veterans to also use this map, but their route would start at the bottom of the hill instead of the top, basically.
So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions or if you have additional comments on either the map or the trail markers.
I do have those as 2 separate items, but we can talk about them both now if you'd like.
Oh, sorry. Whatever you'd like to do, Sam. Yeah.
So the map was first, so we could do any feedback for the map. It's not technically an action item. It would just be if you had any further notes or questions before we kind of move forward. And the end goal would be obviously to have this available in print, but also most likely have it as basically in certain spots around town, maybe potentially Vineyard Park or other places where we could post this as more of like a interpretive sign type installation, so people would then know, and that would go along with the next item, which is the wayfinding.
Are you thinking maybe in front of the post office as well, where they've got the maps there?
Maybe. So that's the Chambers bulletin board there,
okay.
but there's definitely area in front of the community center. Vineyard Park, I think, would be a good area where we have space, and it tends to be kind of a gathering point, potentially at Veterans Park at the south end. Still kind of analyzing that.
Can I ask you just a question? I was going to preface it with dumb, but I don't think it's dumb. I don't understand the lack of communication with the veterans home. So, I mean, I'm up there once a week at the Art Center working with the vets up there. Everyone's very welcoming.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you haven't tried. I don't understand how it went from they're part of the town where we have this relationship. I understand COVID happened. I understand there was a shooting up there. I know things have happened, but is it a security issue? Is it a staffing issue? Is it a...
As far as access, is that kind of what you mean? Like having the public
just
be
like a walking
accessible?
trail. That's a nice
Yeah.
walk up there, and you don't have to actually, once you get to the top of the hill, you can just turn around and come back.
Right. Well, I think that what you're asking is probably multifaceted. I do know that there are security challenges that they are attempting to work on, and so having people who access the property need to have business there. And so you can still go to the museum. If you're going to a baseball game, you go to a baseball game. But as far as people just walking their dog through the campus or going up and hiking around the trails, that's not something that they are advocating or allowing really at this point. That kiosk at the top of the hill will remain, is what we've been told, to ask what people's businesses on campus. So, and so my communication was really, here's a draft of the map. There's concern, here's some concerns or questions that have come up. Would you approve this or provide feedback? And I have not been able to receive response.
So this current map, as it exists, shows a trail or a walking path that essentially makes that loop up to the top of the road where the kiosk currently is and back down. Is that right?
Yes, that when I created, that's where the points are on the map.
And as far as I know, that's still not, I mean, the people at the kiosk have told me that that's still walkable. We can still walk to the top of the hill, cross the street, and walk back down, or walk back down the same way we came. So why would we remove that?
I'm trying to be considerate because it's where their property starts and stops. And so obviously within the town's limits, we're able to say, this makes sense and we would advocate this. Obviously we've built these path systems. When you enter the state's property, I feel like we need to have approval to be able to show that as publicly accessible. And so although the kiosk is at the top, the access or their property actually starts there at Domain Shandong.
You need
That
to
makes
pass the
sense.
CHP.
Before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
we don't
really
have
you're
to
just
take
saying,
it off. I mean, I will, if we can put this on hold, and I will continue to try to advocate and get that conversation moving forward, or a yes or a no at this point. I just want to be conscious of the fact that there is a point where it is state property, regardless of if the kiosk is at the top or the bottom. So,
as far as you know, none of the other vets' homes in California, like the one in San Francisco that's close to Seacliff, that they're not doing anything like this, because I've driven around there and walked through there in the past, but that was all pre-COVID.
Yeah, I'm really not aware. I mean, we went to a joint council and meeting with their administrative staff where they explained the changes that are going on, and they were pretty clear to us, the changes as far as access, and obviously there are security issues that have happened in the past, and it's also, you know, the home is interested in obviously protecting their residents, which needs to be their first and foremost concern. And so it was brought to our attention from Lisa Peak, which makes a lot of sense, is that, you know, in most facilities where you have skilled nursing or otherwise a retirement community, just walking in and accessing the facility is very uncommon. You generally have to go through a security process or the facility is locked in some way. And so, you know, it's just a different way of looking at things, and we're, you know, trying to be good partners and facilitating those relationships, but also being considerate of the fact that, you know, this is a town of Yountville walking map, and I don't want to overstep by putting their property on there as accessible without permission. I guess that's where I'm. Does that answer does that help at all, David?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not faulting you at all for
Yeah.
being cautious and wanting to be cautious. I just think that we didn't hear back is not a good enough answer for me. I'm not saying you're failing on.
Right.
It's not a failure on your part. I'm happy to go talk to someone up there if you need help with that. I just think before we say no to that loop,
Okay.
or you know, if it needs to be represented as tentative or pending approval or something, I think that's fair. But
We can, I mean, this is really a project that is on our timetable. So if we
Right.
want to pause for a little while longer, try to facilitate that conversation more, and work together, or, you know, gain assistance, and go from there, that's totally acceptable. Absolutely.
that would be my interest.
Okay.
I'm just one voice, but that would be my interest.
Thank you.
Samantha, if
Yes, sir.
you can, who have you reached out to? Is that?
I don't want to
Okay.
call anybody out specifically,
Okay.
but, you know, we have contacts that in administration that we would go to with projects and questions. So
And they are responsive on other items and not on this?
it depends. Yeah. But we can keep working. I mean, I don't think that this needs to be, it doesn't have to be the end of the conversation tonight, or the map does not need to go to print tomorrow. So that's definitely something we can continue working on.
And what kind of timeline, David, feels good to you when we could move forward if we continued to not get a response?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it needs to be a long drawn out timeline. I know that the town has an interest in getting this visible for people. I guess I would like to have just an update, have it on the agenda again at the next meeting to see if we made any progress, and then,
Great.
I think, you know, my question would be, is there a way we can, you know, escalate to someone who can respond? This is
Right.
not a hard question, and someone up there has authority to respond to it, I would think.
Yeah,
So
we'll definitely keep working on that piece. And also, I think that, you know, maps in nature can be updated at any point as well. So even if we feel like, you know, there is conversation and it doesn't go that direction, and in a year it does, then we update the map.
Yeah.
So I don't think the door's never truly closed, because we could build a new path, we could change, you know, a trail, we could do lots of things where then we update the map. So.
Yes, and we can see about from the consultant what type of, I've shared the PDF, but is there an editable, like I don't know what software he used, but we can definitely talk about that so that the
Yeah.
town could own that.
Okay, great. That'd be great.
And I think too, for this walking, you know, for visitors coming in, because I volunteer at the chamber, and people, if they get for that, people that don't have a history of being here, you know, they wouldn't know any different, or if they'd never been up there before, they really wouldn't know if you're going to use it for that. Oh, we can't go up there now or something. So the rest of it seems like, though, it's great what you've done on that changes with that. Anybody else see anything that was popped out at them besides the veterans home?
I did, if I could.
Sure.
So it seemed, so when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking about the BART system, right? Because that map has changed over decades so many times, and we've all seen it. And so maybe the answer or the thing to consider is that that's just kind of pending that side, because that might be its own trail anyway, right? What jumped out at me a little bit was, has anybody considered, like this is the master plan, has anyone considered just giving us a graphic of each route just all by itself? Have we modeled that? Am I being confusing? Because there's a lot of overlap here. Have we modeled, like, because there's 7.
Yeah.
Have we just modeled like, okay, now on this page is 7 only, the art walk, right? And then you could go into greater detail, because if you're doing the art walk, you wouldn't have to show the whole town. I'm just curious about whether we've considered modeling each individual.
Kind of like layers that
Exactly.
you could, yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that, Sam, but that was not something, I don't know how this was created by the consultant, like in what program, if that already exists. And yes, it's layered on in some sense, and that would be an easy, I can ask, can we, print off a PDF, 7 PDFs, or really 8, one with all, and then one with, each separately, so you could see it. I don't know if that is something that's relatively easy for him to do, but I can ask if that's something you'd like to see.
I was just curious because I think just the dimensions of these graphics and the overlap, like looking at the northernmost tip, it gets a little confusing. The southernmost tip gets a little, maybe it's confusing for me only, but if it's not really, really hard to do, then maybe it's worth considering.
And I think, something like that could live in an electronic format that could be easily accessible to people, other than, and maybe it's a QR code we put on the actual paper printed map. So if, people want to drill down on a specific route, they can electronically. Maybe that's something we can look at.
Yep.
My suspicion is that people will begin to play favorites, and they'll begin to talk specifically about one or the other versus some of the other ones. Some will just become more popular.
I would also add, if we are talking electronic, these routes were created in the Outer Spatial app. So there's already an app where you can click on a route and it'll just show you where that route goes. So I don't know if that solves some of what you're asking for. We can certainly still explore the layers option and getting separate PDFs. But just to mention that tool does exist already, that you can access that online.
Excellent.
And maybe that's the QR code we put on, or the link that we put on the physical map is to Outer Spatial. That would make sense.
Yeah, because people are going
about
to use
that.
their apps anyway, right? Once
Yeah.
they start a walk, if they don't know where they're going, they're going to
Yeah,
look for
at
a
their
route.
phone.
And it'll tell you where you are, in relation to
Right.
the loop. So that's nice.
Okay, thank you then. So we want to go on to the next item C then with the
Yeah, so if we want
signage.
to, look at the wayfinding sign. So based on the feedback that was provided at the last meeting, Kelly had the updates that she already kind of discussed. And you had discussed purples and browns, and then the different icons on the actual wayfinding sign. Does that pretty much captures what we discussed, correct? And if there's
Yes,
anything
believe so.
else that you may have noticed, or
I think there's a lot of information on it. I think we definitely don't want anything more on that.
No.
But it probably would answer the question if they're looking for keeping track of their miles and if it's just a time issue, how much time do they have to devote to go to something if they're visiting or whatever.
Yeah, so then the next step is really then to hit the pavement and figure out where the installation spots are, and then starting to update the actual signs themselves for where they will be located. So that'll kind of be the next evolution of that before we start to order them and install. So it'll be a little bit down the road.
And are you going to use both colors then?
So it sounded like you were more leaning towards the purple, the majority of you. The brown was brought up as it matches our street signs with the reflective.
There might be a wash, so you won't see them. Possibly.
It's the same color.
Yeah. 'Cause I was looking at something.
Brown versus purple.
Yeah, 'cause some of the street signs I can't find because of the bushes and trees now. So.
Oh. So if there's any,
And like, I showed you that one. I'm sorry, it's not on my phone, but the
That's
purple
okay.
one was on the coast. And of course, it was a coastal
Yes.
day, so no sun. And it really stood out on a piece of wood, just like we do for our signs. So I'd say at least if people want to look at or see it, like, oh, look, there's a bit of information. The others may get lost, the brown. But town council has the final say, right?
yeah, we'll bring this to the council for their approval of the project.
Should we make a decision, though, or do you want to leave the two things?
I would prefer a decision as far as what your preference is. Yes.
Okay. Should we do a roll call of what color?
Yes. Why don't you just do that? That's great.
Purple.
Purple.
It wouldn't be my first choice, but I'll go purple.
What, Alan? Wow.
The grape purple.
Okay. I think we're going to be purple. I know Kathy's purple.
Purple.
All right. That was easy. Thank you so much.
Have a tie.
I
That's
appreciate
good.
that.
No tiebreaker.
And thanks again, Kelly, for your
thank you,
partnership in this. And then we'll definitely continue working on the map portion and bring back an update on that as we can. All right. Thank you so much, Kelly, for being here.
All righty. Okay. So next on the agenda, we have item D about a request for memorial tree and plaque at the community park in memory of Susan Cole.
Yes. So you guys, the commission has seen several of, I'm trying to get this picture off the screen. I'm sorry. Just 1 second. It's a tricky system. There we go. So you've seen a few of these requests over the last year. They're more so than we have in the past. But as you know, the process for a memorial tree or bench or plaque in one of our facilities goes through a program where it comes before the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission first, before going to the council for approval by resolution. So it creates a record that we're able to keep track of. We do have quite a few random plaques in our parks, as you know, and some of them we can track back and some of them we can't. So this program is hopefully helping us into the way future to be able to know why things are where they are. So this request comes from the family of Sue Cole, and I included the information from the application in your packet. Sue was a 17-year employee of the town of Yountville as an administrative assistant, and worked as kind of the town clerk role before we actually had a town clerk. And she was not born in Yountville, but pretty much raised in Yountville. Her family had an egg farm on the northeast end of town. And her daughters still live here in town, and her granddaughter is Taylor Solis, who works for us. And so the family has requested that a tree be planted in Yountville Community Park with a plaque there for her. And I've spoken with our public works staff and parks crew, and we can find an appropriate site and work with the family on an appropriate tree for that space. And then typically a plaque would go at the base of it on a rock or something like that. So the first stop in the approval process is with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
It'd be a lovely tribute to her and the family, and especially because Kieran and Taylor are both
Oh
here
yeah,
still,
I
and
forgot
all
that. Karen also works for us
Yes, the
part-time.
Kieran, right.
Karen Cole, yes.
I think Jennifer said she was hired by, when she started at, 13?
But by Sue?
By Sue, yes.
Oh,
I think, or
maybe.
something, yeah.
Yeah.
My recommendation on the plaque is if it can be elevated. I came across the side of the town hall here one day.
Is
and
your
there's-
mic on,
Came
Kathy?
across the
There you
side of the town hall one day and was looking at a tree, and I don't know what I was looking at on the ground, but I could see a bit of metal, so then I opened it up, and there's the plaque embedded in the ground.
Yes. We have those everywhere.
Leaves going around it, and you don't know it's there.
Yeah.
So if we can at least
Absolutely.
acknowledge you're elevated.
Yeah. So we've started, typically it'll be on a rock elevated at the base of the tree, just so that doesn't happen.
So we don't lose it
Yeah,
in
we've
heavy
had
rock.
our Vineyard Park project and our Veterans Park project, we unearthed plaques that we did not know existed. And then, as I mentioned, try to track down the family so that we could reinstall it. And so that's why these programs are important. Yeah.
Good.
Thank you for that feedback.
Anybody else have any other questions about it?
Okay, so you'll vote on this one?
Okay.
Yes.
Just go down the road.
Motion?
Or just
Yeah, just a motion and a second, and then all in
Okay.
favor. Yeah.
I'd like to move approval.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. That was unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice for that. Okay, moving right along. Item E, we have this one here, the bylaw changing from a high school member on our advisory commission to a middle or high school age student.
Yes, so as we discussed this 2 meetings ago regarding how to try to successfully recruit for that voting high school member that had been vacant, the commission discussed having it be more open to a middle or high school student. And so attached is and highlighted is that change in your bylaw membership. The one thing I was a little unclear of the outcome of our discussion in the minutes was if not all of our positions, but that position specifically did note that there was a residency requirement. So the student had to live in Yountville. And so we kind of discussed that a little bit, but I'm not sure if there was a resolution on if we wanted to be more open about residency or not. So the way it's stipulated now is that as a whole, that one seat could be a business or individual that's involved with arts, culture, recreation, sports, no more than 1 seat. So that's for the general 5-seated commission. So one of the 4 does not have to be a resident. But then it specifically says that the student does. So just to give you a little more background in that.
I'm thinking of the Park and Rec staff of students that you have that are that age. Would the student, those that are currently employed or in the past, do you think that would make a difference there might be someone interested because they've been doing the training program with the counselors, or they're a high school student and would like to have a job part-time and they're familiar with Park and Rec department, that would make a difference in us obtaining someone that would be willing to be on our committee? If they were auxiliary.
Yeah, in a volunteer role, yes. We try not to have employed staff on the commission, but we do have quite a lot of volunteers that fall into that category that do not live in Yountville. So people that are youth that are connected to our department that don't technically live in town.
That's what I was trying to thinking of. That would
Who
make
lives in town?
Yeah,
That's the thing, yeah.
right. That might make a difference if having someone would be interested someone under.
So we can leave it
Our
as not as a requirement, but as a preference, maybe. Does that make sense?
I think it's important that we come to grips with the reality of the changing demographics of town. And I think it's all well and good that we consider having this open, where we are advocating expanding it to a younger age group. I think, David, that was your desire, and that makes sense. But I personally, I think if they're deciding things, giving input into things here in town, I would prefer that they actually reside in town. So that would be my preference.
I agree.
So that's the preference. So do we want to leave it as a requirement or a preference? Requirement. Okay.
I'd say, yeah.
Do we have pretty much
You know, if
consensus?
they're living in town, then they can see more things going on. They have better ideas, I think.
I don't object to this. I'm just going to say it just because I always advocate for kids. Kids don't choose where they live. Their parents choose where they live. We have a lot of kids who don't live in Yountville who spend a lot of time in Yountville at particular periods of time for various activities. And the master plan shows the percentage of students who are involved or kids who are involved in, for example, the summer camp that are not from Yountville and those who are. One of the realities is that Yountville is not accessible to a lot of families. It's expensive, and it's just not a. I think it's family friendly. I just don't think it's an easy place for young families to move into unless they have the means. And now we don't have a school, so you know, I believe we could find a student in Yountville. I had an interest in having a student because I think it's great training for them. It's a great opportunity for them to be involved in something that is community-based, and it's part of the standards that they're responsible for. So for all those reasons, I would like to see a student. We talked about a middle school student just because it seemed that the high school student population wasn't readily available, and middle school opens it up. Even an 8th grader is pretty close to 9th grade. You know, I think a 6th grader might not be even interested, but I think an 8th grader probably would, just based on my experience with 8th graders. So I'm okay with it being someone in town. I would just like us to be more proactive, and I'm willing to be that person to find somebody.
Great.
So, you know.
Okay.
I,
So we will leave that requirement.
yeah, I'd like to make 2 comments. I think your sentiments are heartfelt and spot on. I think the town has an opportunity to increase the young person population by the choices it makes in housing and workforce housing, especially. So hopefully in the future that can be a higher priority. And the other thing is, as I'm out and about, I do hear criticism of the offerings of the town parks and rec, that activities are often largely occupied by non-residents. And so there's this sentiment in town. It might not be a welcoming or good sentiment, but I hear it. And so I think if we leave the residence requirement on this position, it might assuage some sentiment against that.
Okay.
I was just thinking, and then the forum we had when Jennifer's son was on it, that having, just for their input on the other activities that are for younger kids to do with the park and rec, with the with pickleball or tennis or basketball, open gym time, different things like that, that just their input on it was helpful. And different things that they had of their community. But I'm not sure how we could get the recruiting on stuff because, of course, with the school being closed, that makes a huge difference because you don't have, maybe wait at the bus stop, David. I'm trying to think to find a kid when the kids are getting dropped off back and forth from school. Find the families.
Well, we know that there are families here with teenage children.
Yes, yeah.
And if you walk around town, you see them. They're out. And, I do think there's a way to get access to them. I think I think the town just needs to say, we really want you, and here's why. I think there's high schoolers get credit for it. So it's a no-brainer. They have to do community service. They need the hours. And so, at least the Napa kids do. I think St. Helena also has the same requirement, same graduation requirement. So So yeah, I'm willing to help Samantha work with you on that.
Great.
I mean, I know your son goes to Vintage. I know you probably know lots of teenagers, but I think it's just going to take someone, an adult.
Might
I'll be that one to
counselor at the high school.
twist an arm and say, we need you. And this will be a great experience for you, you know. Kind of like the Rotary Club president's doing to me right now.
Maybe the counselors at the high school could be a target for certain middle school if they have, as far as
Right. So,
they would have the population of knowing the students that are non-residents of Napa that are going to the middle schools.
Great. Thank you.
May I make
Thank you for
a
that.
quick comment? I've seen this before. I don't know if the governance allows for it, but in the event that you know anybody can attend these meetings, right? So I don't see I don't think it's the cool thing that kids are doing these days, attending these meetings, but they could definitely come here. What you don't want to do is try too hard to just get anyone to fill the seat. That's what causes me concern. But you also don't want to remove from consideration an exceptional applicant who is going to really appreciate the experience, the credit, and so on and so forth. So I've seen, and I don't know if we can do this, but I've seen where you can actually grant a waiver. But that would be for somebody that's a known commodity, an exceptional person, an exceptional candidate. But if there's a requirement that it be a resident here, then to respond to some of the sentiment, you say, well, we're not just filling a seat. This is an exceptional person who participates this way, that way, and the other. I would just float the waiver idea in case we're confronted with that exceptional candidate.
You've advertised for this position before, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, we advertised for it quite a
In the
bit.
past
And
year
talk-
even, I
Yeah, and
thought,
talk to
yeah.
people, talk to students. But I think that, we restart, and now we'll have the ability to have a bigger age range. And I think that we have a new counselor and training program this summer, and we have 12 youth in that. And then we're continuing that year round as a leader in training program. And so I think we do have some more engagement than we've had in the past with the age group that we're targeting. And there are residents in those programs. And something we might consider, and I'll discuss this with Brad and with our town clerk's office, is that, the process might be a little overwhelming for a student. And so is there ways that we can adapt that a little bit, or, look at it from that lens as well. So,
Yeah, make accommodations.
yeah. So I appreciate all the feedback, though, and the interest, David, to help. So for the next steps of this, you would motion, second, and approve the updates to your bylaws. Those would then go to the town council, most likely as a consent calendar item in August for the approval to change the bylaws.
so I'm just unclear. Are we changing the bylaws to middle school? Yes.
Yes.
And we're still, are we back to preference, or are we saying must live in town and then we deal
Yeah,
with?
I heard that it was pretty much consensus that it's a resident.
But middle or high school student
Right.
that you have
Yes.
highlighted in yellow. Yeah.
And the highlighting.
So those two items.
And I'm not sure of the waiver question. I would have to, the legalities of that. I think the council has the ability to waive that requirement if that is needed, but I would have to check on that.
Okay.
And then just when it says Article 5, paragraph A, it says a voting student, and it's just struck through high school. Are we going to say what's in the staff report, that it's going to be a middle or high school student in that paragraph?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, for some reason my change did not carry over,
Yeah,
but yes,
so-
it'll be just as it is in the staff report.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
perfect then.
Okay. So do we have a motion to make the two changes on the Article 5 here to middle or high school age student? And I guess that's what came up. It was continuing that the student advisory representative must be a resident in the town of Yountville, which that was
Yes.
previously on. So truly it's just the middle or high school age student.
Yes.
I'll make a motion.
Accepted.
I
I'll
second the
second.
motion.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So that was unanimous. Vincent, was that an aye?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good conversation. I appreciate it.
And now we are on to the big stuff here towards the end. So item number, I'm sorry, item F. I was
Item F.
looking right ahead to G. F is about the commission short-term subcommittee on the design of the plaza shade structure for the community center.
Yes, so this is exciting. So in this year's CIP budget, and I'm working with Rosalba on this, we have a community center front plaza shade structure in the budget for design and construction. And so we were discussing, and Brad actually brought this to my attention even before he started here, was it's a really great opportunity to kind of look at it as something that could be more artistic in nature, more representative of Yountville than just, maybe a beige shade sale or something like that. And so the Arts Commission appointed 2 members to be on this short-term subcommittee, and it would be great if you had 2 interested or even 1 interested Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission members to join that as well, with staff to look at options and help to kind of formulate what that could look like. Of course, the council would be the final approval on that. So, and there'll be parameters. It won't be. I don't see us having a year's worth of meetings or anything. I think it's 1 to 3 in-person meetings, and staff's working on formulating what we would see as options that could be considered within, the budget mostly, and then getting everybody together to kind of look at those and brainstorm ideas.
Okay.
So if there's anyone interested, and then you would actually formally appoint to a subcommittee.
Okay. I could be one of them, but I'll open it up to everybody else first. If there's other folks that would like to, on the commission advisory committee, to be on this subcommittee with the 2 Arts Council. Vincent, okay. Anyone else be interested?
As long as you're interested, that makes 2.
That makes 2.
Who was the second? I'm sorry. Oh, you.
Myself and
Vincent and Carol. Okay, terrific. So you would just go ahead and motion second and approve those appointments to the short-term subcommittee.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and motion that we appoint Carol and Vincent to the short-term subcommittee to decide on the shade structures, and it's only at the community hall or also the park as well?
So for right now, we're focusing this project on the community center.
Okay,
Yes.
at the community center then.
Yes.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
That was easy.
Vincent and I shouldn't have voted.
Thank you so much. And obviously, you'll be seeing that project as it comes forward as well, the entire commission.
I'm glad that you got the Arts Commission involved because they seem to be very creative.
Yes, they're excited to be involved.
Item G. Oh, the master plan draft document, Samantha.
All right, this has been a long time coming. I know this is exciting. So you saw at your May meeting kind of a glimpse at all the work that had been done. It wasn't final at that point, but kind of give you an understanding, and I appreciated the feedback that I received and the notes from the commission, and it did dictate some changes in some of the narrative that you may have seen. And so the work that we've been doing on this project, I just wanted to kind of recap what the process looked like, especially for maybe our newer commissioners. So in late 2021 is really when the internal research began into this project. And so the council had budgeted for the consultants to do the public outreach piece, but staff was already working on the historical documentation part of the project and really putting it together. And so then from May of 2022 to August was the public survey open portion of the project. So that's when we pushed it out and had the surveys coming in electronically and paper format to be able to compile that data. The consultants, you remember Chris and Gary spearheaded that. And then September 26th was our public meeting where we did the tabletop exercises, compiled more information. And then in January was when the consultants came to the PRAC for the community input portion of that, gave you the report and showed you what all of that data told them and told us. And so then last month we had the plan update at our meeting where I shared where we were at with the document, or not last month, May, last meeting, where we were at with the document at that point. And then for this meeting, obviously, the document is in draft form but complete. So we're really having input from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, obviously, and any public input. With Hillary's help, we pushed that out in a press release. So we've gotten a couple notes back from community members, but mainly, as you saw, it's 88 pages, and it includes the current inventory of our parks, facilities, programs, and services. There's also the historical documentation of parks, facilities, and programs in the document. The report from the consultants is there, the compilation and analysis of the public outreach process and those results, and then the recommendations and implementation. So really what I wanted to focus on tonight, but I'm always open if you did catch something historical or otherwise that you think we should look at before adoption, you can let me know either tonight or in an email or a phone call. But I really wanted to spend time this evening on those recommendations and implementation. And some cities you see where they're really master planning under large, plots of land, and you're looking at what are you going to build next? And that's not really what we're really looking at in Yountville. And really what came out of that process and looking through the information was that people really, the community here, the residents here are really grateful for the beauty of our parks and the level of maintenance and the community center, that we have for a population of our size and the amount of robust programming. And so we got a lot of good feedback. And then there's kind of what I would consider a fairly short list of things that came up that they wanted us to look at. And so how do you, really look at those to make sure that, from the commission level, you're here to represent the community and have that pulse. And so when we share the reports, it's, things that I would like to be considered is, do the recommendations accurately reflect what we had heard from the public and the consultants' report and things that you're taking the pulse of in the community? Does the time frame and prioritization seem reasonable and appropriate? Are the recommendations connected to the general plan appropriately? So, we went through an extensive general plan process, and I thought that it was really important to include those elements in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan because there's obviously a nexus there. And then is there anything that you think is lacking or that you would, recommend we look at adding, removing, or changing based on the pulse that you have in our community? So I just kind of cut and pasted those actual recommendations out of the plan. And I really don't have a super finite expectation of how this is going to roll. So I'm happy to just go through them, and then we can come back to whatever ones that you maybe made a note on or anything like that, or any questions that you might have. Since the list isn't hundreds of things long, I think we can do that. So we'll start with parks and facilities. So I did want to capture that it's important to our community that we maintain a high level of maintenance in our parks and public spaces. We heard that that's important. To the people that responded in our community, that they enjoy our parks and facilities and really the level that they're at, and they're appreciative of that. Another common theme was the dog park, which we all know has come up several times in the last decade or so. So that would be, in my opinion, a medium to long-term project potentially. So it's really dependent on finding a suitable space, and the process for evaluating that had occurred previously and the site couldn't be decided on. But in my opinion, because I went back and I reviewed all of the public comment letters and the discussion and the agendas, it's really, in my mind, it's been a decade, right? That's a long time. And the population changes and people's ideas change. And so I think that it is worth looking at that again, you know, with what we know, what we have now as assets and property. Do we revisit that project again and see if we can find a suitable site? So that's something I think, and I said it was medium term to long term just because building a park takes several years. You design it, you fund it, maybe you're looking for grant money. But that doesn't mean that the process itself won't start for 3 to 5 years. I hope that makes sense. But the completion of it is really what I was looking at.
Samantha,
Yes.
excuse me for interrupting.
Oh, no
Does
problem.
this have to be read into the record out loud? If
No.
it's related to the dog park, or no?
No, when we end, we'll say that we received 2 public comment emails and that's been provided to you. So, yeah. So then the next items under parks and facilities was we heard the theme of access to a swimming pool. And so again, I put that in another category just because I think that would really be contingent on finding some sort of partner site. I did include the information that was provided in 2019 to the council when we decided to not renew the annual 1-year lease that was being offered by the Veterans Home, just for historical information. The mile markers on trails and paths. So obviously, as you know, because you just talked about it, that project is already in process. So that's nice. And near term, because we should be implementing that in this fiscal year. The shade structures at high-use picnic areas and parks and facilities. So I said near to medium term just because that obviously will be a phased analysis. We know we have a project coming up in this fiscal year's capital improvement. But then as we start to prioritize what other areas we would be looking at for those shade structures, that will be implemented in the CIP, which could be down the road based on funding. The comprehensive parks and trails map. So part of this process is near term with the Blue Zones project as far as the trails map, and then working on really kind of implementing or overlaying that into what would also be a little bit more of an interactive park asset on our website is kind of how I envision that. So I see that as near term. The plaza improvements at the community center had come up. Again, that's near term, that we have it in the budget for the shade structure. We also have it in the budget for replacement furniture and additional furniture for making that more of a passive meeting space at the front of the community center. Access to a fitness facility and gym, that came up a lot in the survey. So that's more of a long-term project. For reference, we did have a private gym in town. Now, residents who want an indoor fitness facility travel to Napa. We do provide classes and programs that are fitness in nature, and we have added the outdoor fitness equipment at Vineyard Park. We also have a grant application for the state that's pending that would, if awarded, would potentially add more equipment to that facility as well. But that's something, as you know, things evolve and change, and we're analyzing space that we know is a gap here in town. That and a pharmacy and other things.
Dry cleaner, hardware store.
A dry cleaner, a hardware store.
We had a hardware store.
I know, we
Eric's,
did.
yeah.
Do you want me to keep going, or you want to stop at facilities and parks and have any discussion, or?
Why don't we do that?
Okay.
If that's
Yeah.
all right.
Great.
The gyms and stuff. Since then, because I belong to Synergy, and some of the people there have told me I don't have that type of insurance, but United Healthcare, I guess, is providing either free, so more people have signed up at Synergy.
Oh, interesting.
And so I'm, concerned, like, who was interested in a gym? Couldn't they just drive the 9 miles and get to this? Because it'd be great. I mean, they've got a pool there, hot pool, lane pool. They've got senior classes. They've got regular classes. They've got the machines. It's nice. So, they should keep that in mind till maybe things would change, or we get a population that's here all the time to use it.
Yeah, and I think
second homer, so-
all of these things, or not all, but some of them would really start with that honing in on the analysis of it. That
Yeah.
what is the true need and desire.
There's about 8 fitness centers in this town. They're just all in hotels.
Well, and I
empty.
thought that using a pool, but I think that's too liable. Isn't liability to
Probably,
have
sure.
seniors come and use the pool
Right,
up on Bar
anything, any facility, right? Probably anything they own.
Also, they had it the other night, stargazing or something, and
Stargazing, yeah.
yoga.
Although, like you said, the
Just no drinks.
parks that you've already got the Zumba, the exercise classes that people are participating in. There's a lot of non-residents too, I think, that are in those classes too. So it's not
And there's
going
the
to the
yoga.
gym
Yeah.
class, but the other classes that you've got in the morning and the evening stuff. So there are classes that are available that are exercise fitness course classes that are offered. It's just not
Yeah.
going to the gym.
But I think, it's always, in my mind, is just being open to being opportunistic. So, if as things evolve, or if there's a way that we can, work with the chamber to maybe see if hotels would grant access
Or
to,
if we
to
ever could buy
residents.
the
or,
property at the school and turn it into a whatever, yeah.
So,
It's the whatever.
maybe we reprogram space at the community center.
Whatever
There
it
are.
becomes. Yeah, it
the
could be a
dog
dog park,
park
it could be
and,
all of that.
Good.
It's a big piece of property.
I'm sure other people see if you walk behind here, the school that, the park back here behind the school by the Keneshiro Field is kind of a dog park
Yeah,
at times.
you're
I
walking
mean, you
at
do
times.
see, I'm sure your windows from here working, you see it all the time. Isn't it?
And in
It's
Forster,
not a designated.
in Forster, they
Yes,
use the
and-
park a
yes.
lot. The neighbors on, our neighborhood and then the other two stretching that way. And they congregate, they'll meet over there at certain times. And the dogs are getting along because they see each other every day.
And
So
it's in
it's
your
quite
circle,
lovely.
Too, have you noticed that by the pickleball?
Is someone on notice?
It's what?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm just.
They're all on leashes. It's fine, Alan.
Oh, okay.
Right, Kathy? Right. Okay.
Yes. Just saying.
Good, that's great.
Okay. So do we want to work from the bottom up or the top down?
Whatever you'd like.
Well, let's take the big one with the dog park.
Okay.
Then I think it would be good to revisit that sooner rather than later. This is a dog-friendly town, and I think it could be a nice enhancement, but I think the challenge is where. But it seems that, like you saw with, or we saw with the Arts Commission, that has really blossomed. And perhaps with creative ideas and creative individuals, something could come that would make people happy on the dog park. So that seems like something worth pursuing.
Thank
I
you.
agree.
That was the most mentioned thing in the
Survey?
process. So that we've heard that loud and clear. And I think that we did receive public comment on that, which you read. And I think that, people are very mindful of the process that happened a decade ago. But, in my mind, I'm like, it was a decade ago. Like, let's dive into this again. And I think Brad is very supportive of that as well, and the town council, hopefully. So, I think that I agree that the community is telling us that.
Where are they going to put it?
Well, that'll be
Site?
part of the process. Yeah. And
But I think
you'll have
that's
a lot to do with that.
I guess it is a big. I think it is a big quality of life thing for people that live in town, and there are a lot of dogs. My sense is, and I wasn't here 10 years ago, but my sense is that whatever the process was, the losers didn't like it, right? That's the way it always is, and now it keeps coming up, but. I hear two things. I hear it's important, and I hear it could take a really long time. And I think and maybe both are true, but I think that, do we have a subcommittee working on it? Does council have a subcommittee working on it? Is there anything actively happening that people can see that this is actually it may be on a long roadmap to completion, but at least it's being addressed and it's being worked on? I guess that's my question. I don't know.
So
the answer.
that's where this plan really comes into play. So, once you've given feedback and the community's commented and it comes forward to council, it's really setting a roadmap for us on, the things that we're going to be working on. And that one specifically, I put near to long term, just because the construction of a park, can take a while. But the near term part of it is let's try to dive back into this as a community and start the conversation. And it could be a subcommittee, it could be a survey, there's a lot of different avenues that can take, and the commission obviously will be a part of that. I think internally staff is already having conversations about, ideas that we might have as well. And so I think new sets of eyes looking at things, new ideas, creative ideas can come forward. So okay. I think that this is the perfect place to start, I guess, is what my point is, David, that, this is that conversation starter again. And, yes, we evaluate, we read through what happened 10 years ago, but we're really starting to a fresh look at what might happen. So.
And until ideas are there, there's really nothing to choose from. So I think it's important to get the ideas generated, because oftentimes, you've already brought it up once tonight, is that space is finite. So we're going to have to make choices. If a dog park is going to go in an existing park, perhaps, then what is the impact of that?
Yes.
But at least then it's out there and people can make a decision. Okay.
Absolutely.
And the swimming pool, we've kind of, the Veterans Home, that's, if we're going down this to get through the agenda here, that's, right now, that's not available, so we don't have a space. So it's kind of like a dog park in the sense that we don't have a facility for indoor, outdoor pool to use for the residents, unless you're staying at a hotel, as we already just previously talked about.
Yeah, and I think, when you really look back at the report that I gave in 2019, the resident utilization of that pool was minuscule.
Right.
And so I think a lot of what you hear is we know we used to have it and we don't anymore. I'm just going to be frank. And so the pool is one I have a difficult time with, unless there's just some sort of opportunistic co-use agreement that we could, that pops up one day. A lot of our community, our communities, whether it's the condos or they have pools, and then I can't remember the exact number, but I did the research, and then we have, probably kind of a significant number of private pools for the amount of housing. And so, the town offered a free or a pool pass reimbursement program when we closed the pool. We never had one person, looking at that. So, I think that would be one where if we had some sort of opportunistic thing come up. But, a water feature in a future park or, in an existing park, that's something that could potentially be another way of looking at it. It's not a pool, but.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I did want to bring back up is when I participated in the roundtable discussion, or it was brought up that there's some sort of water feature that allows kids or adults to get wet. But then you think about, well, where do you change and how do you move and all of that. But anyway, I'd be remiss if I did not put that back.
Yeah, that did come up.
So can I ask, is the swimming pool on the master plan because there is an interest in a pool, or is it sounds like the thinking is the Veterans Home is never going to be an option again. Not a whole lot of residents use it, although it looked like it got good use from other community organizations in Napa that, whether it was swimming lessons or something else.
Right.
And there's not, I don't want to say you said this, I want to just make sure I'm clear. So I guess I'm wondering, why is it here?
Well, it's here, and it's here as access to a swimming pool, not necessarily build a swimming pool. And it's really here because of the feedback from the community in the process. And so, we could potentially remove it if we think that it's, just not a viable piece of the plan. I did leave it in there in the event that there is some sort of, water play element is actually called out in the general plan. So I did note that on there. And then joint, if there was some sort of joint use agreement at some point that we could be opportunistic with and be able to grant our residents, access to a swimming pool.
Rancho, you could use ranchos.
Well, Bella Vista has one too.
Yeah,
Rancho
both
and then
both communities have
Oak
them.
Circle
There's
has
Oak Circle
them,
has a
and
community pool.
Crossroads,
Hopper
yeah.
Creek, yeah.
B&B has
Hopper
a
Creek,
lovely
right?
one.
Yeah.
But I guess my point is I put it in here because it did come up, more than once, obviously, in the response from the public. But it's other, which means it doesn't really. It's kind of an unknown, and again would just be some sort of, in my mind, an opportunistic partnership. We did explore those partnerships with the other community associations that have pools, but that's a liability for them that they weren't willing to. Take.
I guess my feeling is that one of the purposes of a master plan is to really help people identify and understand the city's priorities with respect to the Parks and Recreation Department. And usually that means there's some kind of an interest, and then there are action items that are attached to budgets and other plans, right? Which is what you've done on this matrix, which is beautiful, by the way. I really like it. And so, since this really isn't actionable, really, there's no actionable, maybe somewhere in the future, I would say, you've noted that people brought up a lot of things in the public meetings, but I don't know if this belongs in the final master plan, because really there isn't a plan for anything. So that would be my input on this item. And I will say I'm a master swimmer, and I hate the fact that there's no pool. And St. Helena is very unreliable. So it's a really hard thing for people like me who swim. Napa's not a swim-friendly place, strangely enough. There's lots of pools.
Synergy and Health Quest.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, like, coached workouts, they're just not, it's really hard to find them. That's my thing, but I'm just saying, I would love to see something real there, but I don't, doesn't seem that we're there now. So it could come back later, right?
Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean just because it's not on the master plan that if something did pop out of, somewhere and we were able to, be opportunistic, that we wouldn't. So
Yeah,
Right.
I understand the desire to cross it off the list. The only thought is then we're going to be right back here again, because it's going to come right up, and having it on the list, at least, even if it's not actionable, or maybe we change it to access to a swimming pool,
Right.
or
Water.
installation of a water feature.
What is
then-
access? She does have it as access. I mean, it is,
Water
Access to a
Access.
swimming pool.
right. That's what it's.
or
No,
water
and I'm
feature,
saying,
yeah,
and water
yeah,
play here.
And a
a
water feature. And a water feature.
Or
and/or yeah.
Alan, can I ask you, is the reason it keeps coming up is because there's still the idea that is there still the question of why aren't we using the veterans home pool? Or is it?
No, I think it's the same reason that people want a farmer's market, but they don't want to pay farmer's market prices here in Yountville. We tried that. Samantha's absolutely right. Our family was one of the few families that was ever up at the pool when our kids were younger. My wife's a master swimmer. She belongs to Health Quest, and she does her workouts
Yeah, they
there.
have that's the best of all of them.
Yeah. So it's, people want a pharmacy. They want a dry cleaner. So it keeps coming up. But, I mean,
Then they have to be viable.
Yeah.
People have to
Yeah.
go
So-
and use the facility.
So I don't know if a swimming pool is, like Samantha says, it's maybe there's an opportunity there, and maybe when another park is built, a water feature could be put in. So I'm not wed to that. We can strike it, but it keeps coming up.
Put it on the wish list when we get.
Well, that's good. Other, you've got it at the time of
Yeah.
it.
I think
for
I
that.
would
I
as
think
well.
that's a good choice for other.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying to, in lieu of time. We did the mile markers. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, we just talked.
we talked about that and the shade structure. I guess if there's,
And the
that's,
shade structures are all going to be shade. No thought with wood pergolas over anything, anywhere.
You know, that's not decided yet as far as the parks are concerned, so that's something the commission will be involved in
I
as
know
well.
Bistro Don Giovanni, the restaurant's done a great job with shades over there. They seem to last. I think they kept up even during the winter storms, right? They fell down a little bit, and then they got in the real heavy metal pieces, and
Yeah.
got 'em propped
they're
up.
good, yeah. They're good. 'Cause they gotta go
Yeah,
in
so we'll
every
look
which
at
way, so there's
different
no
ideas,
sun.
but it was clear that, and especially as we're experiencing with, climate change, that, figuring out, and when we did the project in some of, especially at North Park, the trees that were put in were hopefully fast growing, but then we went through a drought, and so, we're not seeing the development of the shade from the trees that we had anticipated, and I think, it's just something that was coming up and that we're focusing on, so. All right.
Anyone have anything more on, we've talked about comprehensive park and the trail maps. We've got that with blue zones. Plaza improvement to the community center, the shade structure, that's part of it, correct? Mm-hmm.
It's in
That one's
process.
there. Is there anything more anybody has on? And then access to fitness gym, we've kind of talked about that a couple of times.
Yeah.
It's long-term.
All right, so is it okay to move on to programs,
Yeah.
events, and services?
Is
So,
everyone good for?
okay, so we did hear, and it's a continuing theme here, but I realized in your document it was in the wrong category. It was in parks and facilities, so I made that correction. But maintaining a high level of programming and events provided through Parks and Recreation. So we heard in the feedback that that is important to our community. And so we want to make sure that's an ongoing priority. And then we heard about, came up in the survey and public meeting, having more of drop-in use area at the community center for activities and games, additional youth and family programming, additional community events, and multi-generational programs, more gender diversity in our programs, and programs that attract veterans home residents, and programs for working adults that are held after work hours. So I kind of grouped those all together because and I said near term because we're very nimble as far as programming goes in Parks and Recreation. So as you know, we put together 3 rec guides a year, and we ebb and flow and change based on the interest in our community. And so where I would like to start with most of these ideas is more of a honed in research and survey on programming. So what is it that people are interested in, and so that we're making, a conscious effort and having and being educated really on it, and it's not just 1 or 2 people. Some of these things are already in process. The additional youth and family programming, that is something that Taylor Solis is working on actively. And so additional community events were always, this year we added the Pride Festival, Pride Music in the Park, and we're always looking at how to update those. But then again, just kind of honing in with the community with additional surveys and research on that. Multi-generational programs, obviously things that welcome all ages to come and do, whether it's classes, so we're working on that currently as well. The more gender diversity in programs, so that was really an interesting one that had more, I think, conversation at a tabletop exercise at the community center was, that they felt there was feelings that, especially around the Golden Ticket program, that more programs focused for men is something that we needed to look at. And so, again, that surveying and researching and figuring out that programs that attract veterans home residents. And so, my 13 and a half years here, we've worked to try to have more residents from the veterans home participate, and I think that's always a goal. But again, going back to the researching and surveying and figuring out, what that might look like. And then again, the programs for working adults held after work hours. So, many adults, like Golden Ticket, it's 50 and up. many adults are still working at the age of 50, on up. So looking at how to have a balance there for people who might want to do a yoga class or meditation outside of work hours. So again, comes down to kind of that surveying and looking at what the interests and need are.
So do all of these programs and events and services fall under kind of a general category, I guess, of access and variety? Is that what you're sort of hearing from people?
Yeah, just access and variety, and it came up earlier about the resident and non-resident kind of balance, and so especially for our newer commissioners, it's kind of a love-hate relationship here. Is that typically, if we just rely on Yountville residents to sustain programming, it's not enough. So having that be open and interesting to non-residents is really what brings that to the table here in Yountville. So we have to have that balance. A lot of what we do is contract instructor based, and they have a minimum number of students that they want in their class. And so if we can't get the interest, then the program isn't going to happen. But yeah, I think it all really falls into, how do we have a little more diversity? And, if we're looking at really trying to serve or attempting to serve our entire community, where are those gap areas? So. Any other questions about programming?
Go ahead.
I don't know if we really need to go down through each one of them again, unless there's something you did in the sense of time.
No, I'm happy to move along, but one thing that was clear in this section was staffed to survey and research comes up 9 times.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So.
Not individually.
Yeah.
It would be more of a comprehensive survey.
Yeah. So there's just a lot on your plate there if you want to move that forward, or all of them. I mean, some sort of priority.
Yeah, I think I was approaching it more of like a comprehensive, so I'm not going to just survey on one of these items, but just programming and events as a whole, so that we can kind of take that pulse and see where the interest might lie.
Good. And then the only comment I have is the term gender diversity has specific meaning now, apparently, so I'm not sure that this is the way you explained this item is not the way that term is currently used.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will research that. All right.
Anybody else have anything on that's? So you wouldn't plan to do this with like that research, the company, like 2 folks, not for a while, because that was.
Well, we
was
would
just
do that in-house.
In-house, okay.
Yeah, it would be more of kind of just taking the pulse, and
right.
If we offered this or that, would you be interested? So, more of an informal way of approaching it. Yeah.
Because you do have a good number of people that are enrolled with the program as it is.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, we have an active.
Not necessarily the golden ticket, but the ones in general.
Active audience to talk to. Yes.
Right. Anyone else have anything on that section about the events and services? No. I think your community events, you're doing a great job with what you've got. I mean, we're so fortunate to have all those, and the ones that are just exclusively for the residents and not for general public to come into the folks that don't live in town. So very, very busy with all that. We're very lucky to have all that, and you hear that a lot from folks as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really appreciative of that.
So we move on to policies.
Sure.
So we had 2 themes that came up in research, and again, these are more of, analysis based. So they're not necessarily saying we're going to do them, but how do we research it and see, what the interest in is for future policy change. So a sliding scale of pricing for residents came up several times. I'm not really sure what that could look like, but something that we can analyze. And then free programs for seniors came up quite a few times. And so we hear this a little bit, why do you charge for things? And so, honing in on analysis of that, and, if there's potential for future policies that the council might be, interested in as far as that's concerned. But they made the list.
Yes.
And it's really more of an analysis, and, if it's on a goal to strive for or not.
And it might just be a couple of people that are continually keep bringing it up as well. I think it's having, and it's, the pricing of it, I mean, it is amazing for this was the last one, the fall, the spring one, but so for residents, you could take as many classes. Some of them have a fee base on it. I'm taking some of those, but $75 for 5.5 months of classes, of options, and then 86 as a non-resident. That's still very, I mean, you can't, I don't think you'd ever find anything that would cut that, but the pricing on that to do those classes and things. And I know we have a lot, and then after COVID, and we kind of go back in, a lot of folks, probably more so, did you notice that we're then wanting to get involved with it, and so that got to be more than Napa folks, people, because the senior center in Napa was closed for a period of time, so there wasn't an opportunity for a lot of the residents to participate in it as a group in getting out and doing things, or through Zoom as well with that. But I think you're probably going to have people that are going to ask about it, but I think it's, I mean, this is just unbelievably what you can do for that money, that low of a price. If you're going to take just one class or something, that does seem quite a few, but I think you've got, the folks that participate, they're in a number of classes.
And it may be that that's the education that comes out of the analysis of this, is that, especially the Golden Ticket program was approved as a highly subsidized program by the council when we brought that forward. So that is already, it's already subsidized. Not that I'm amazed at what we do with the budget for that program, in all honesty, but it still doesn't, the $75 isn't paying for the program, I guess.
Right.
But it's important, and it's offered first and foremost for our residents. And then we welcome everybody else because it makes a full class and it makes it interesting and meet other people. So.
Sure.
Don't we also have, as a fund within the Community Foundation, a youth and a senior benefit? Is that utilized very much?
So we've seen a significant drop in the youth scholarship program since the school closed. We use a lot of that for resident kids to participate in before and after school and summer camp. We are using it more for summer camp. We have 17 resident kids in our summer camp this summer, which is really exciting. And some of them are low income. And then the senior subsidy, we're seeing a jump. So I believe we awarded 9 scholarships in the last round, which was really exciting. And we're trying to do more outreach on that so that people know that it's available. And it's not just for Golden Ticket. It can be used for excursions or anything. And there's just an income and verification requirement. So, yeah.
And that's fairly well funded. Is that correct? Is there still a pretty good balance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think as policies, a sliding scale for residents, if people can afford it, they should pay it. If they can't afford it, the town has the money, or there's these scholarships. It seems like an opportunity. Free programs for seniors. The only note I made on it is, what is your sense on that? I mean, would that significantly increase participation, or is it, as Carol was saying, the prices are already so low that?
I think that I would just need to kind of get a little more information. I think there is a population that we aren't serving currently, but I'm not sure if what those kind of needs are or
Right.
interests are. So I would say that just looking at, are there, we don't operate a true senior center with, meal service and stuff like that. And so, and not that we would or could, but, what are those what are those gaps and interests? And I think it would take some research to look at that. Right.
Very involved, yes.
So can we move on from policy?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Good.
So I just wanted to talk about next steps with you. So I presented it as kind of two options tonight. So you could potentially approve the plan as presented, knowing that we may still have some updates to the historic information pieces, but that the recommendations that we presented and discussed tonight wouldn't change, being brought forward to the council. Or we could bring it back in September to allow for more time for public input. You could also have more time to think about things from your end as well. And then it would probably come to council more in the October timeframe. So, and I don't really have a recommendation either way. I did want to note that we did receive 2 letters of public comment that were provided to you via email, one from Dave Means and the second one? Anna Moya. And so those were presented to you, and they'll be put into the record as well. So I'm not sure if you're feeling one way or the other. I do know that there are a few historical things that will be added. I was talking to Mayor Moeller a little bit about it. She has even further back information on Yountville Community Park specifically that I would include in there just so it's complete. But
I thought when comparing to the one that we had from May meeting, that adding in the first section here, the programs, it was nice in this plan here, you added the photos.
yes, visually it looks better. Yes.
That was a nice addition, those pages there, that was not in the one that we saw previously. And it's easy, there's a lot in it, but I think if going through it and taking the time, that for the residents, if they would take the time also to go through it or everybody else, but there's so much information, but it's just nice to realize all the wonderful things we have here as a resident.
And it took longer, obviously, because, we did most of it internally with staff time. But I think that, I'm not rushing to a finish line here. So I'm totally open to having more time for public comment and coming back in September with PRAC with you again, if that's what you'd like to do, or kind of moving forward in the process. But up to you.
Does the new town manager have an interest in one or the other?
Let me see. The new town manager is currently dealing with a slight water crisis that you may be getting on your phones. So we're working through. Yeah, we have an issue that is distracting me at the moment. I would tell you, and I'm glad I was able to, even though distracted, listen to all of your discussion, because as I read through the document, there's a lot there. So I don't think I have a specific, truthfully, some things happen slow for a reason, and I don't know that this time frame matters. My intent, which I think does matter, is probably at the end of the year, which would be after October, is to kind of restart goal setting, with the council. So I do think having some information to them at that point would really be useful as we, kind of go through a goal setting session, which then leads into budgeting, because as you know, a lot of these things require a budget. And that sequence tends to start in January, February, and staff presents a budget in April. I think that it's all good information that I'm hearing. I'm getting my head around the priorities, but I do think take your time, I guess, would be my advice. Make sure you feel confident with your recommendations, and I don't think they have to necessarily be rigid. I think you can present them in a way, and I think Sam's done a good job of kind of trying to kind of prioritize things, or at least sort of near term, short, midterm, all those sorts of categories or matrices. So I would tell you, I think what's hard in these cases, in my history or in my experience, is you're trying to vote on one thing and it's like 30 things, and so how you organize those thoughts or those recommendations really is up to you. And then ultimately, when it does get into that goal setting process, whether it's as a group or as an ad hoc or even as the chair, participating and sharing, hopefully, kind of the nuanced insights that I'm hearing tonight, I think are useful to the council and the community.
I know this was, when you put it online this week, it was this week rather, that you can check this out. And I know there were copies they're already there at the front when I got my copy on Monday afternoon, I believe. Do you know, did you have anybody check one out at all at the front desk?
We had one person, yeah.
Okay.
And I've had other messages that were not, like public comment that were like, oh, I read through this or whatnot. But I do think that we could benefit, and not that it's the final approval tonight, because obviously the public, even if you moved it forward to council tonight, it has more opportunities to comment. But it's totally acceptable. And in my opinion, maybe I would lean towards pushing it to September, just so then the public does have more time to read through it, send in emails, potentially, come to a meeting in September and give additional feedback. And we'll push it out several more times and remind them that it's a comment period for that. And so
I agree with.
Yeah,
I think for that reason, option 2 would be my vote. The only other thing I would like to just ask is, the only thing that I think is really missing from this master plan is any fiscal information. Like, there's no budgeting, there's nothing. There's nothing about staffing. There's nothing about the department itself, and I think that should be part of your master plan.
I will tell you, you might be able to do kind of almost like the restaurant, like $1 sign, $2 sign, $3 signs, like, really expensive, sort of moderate or affordable. But it is, in my experience, again, it's hard to throw out numbers, because then people kind of, they lock into it, and then it becomes a real sort of challenge. But there might be a way, again, to kind of categorize them and add to your matrix at least what's in the ballpark.
Well, and I'm even thinking, we kind of know what your staffing requirements are, right? And the city did adopt a budget for fiscal year 23, 24, 23, 24. Yeah, 20, is it 23, 24, 24, 23, 24.
24, yeah.
Sorry.
I could include as maybe even just an appendix of
just like a link to budget worksheets
and Parks and Recreation.
Right. I don't necessarily mean the estimated costs for all the projects. I'm thinking about just who's on staff, what are your staffing needs over the next 5 years? Are they going to stay the same? Are they going to go up? Are they going to go down? And, what does the city spend on Parks and Recreation, generally speaking?
Yeah. Well, the big category, I think you all know, but you have to break things into one-time and ongoing costs. Those are always kind of that's the first exercise. And I think there's certain parks, like dog parks as an example, that really don't have a great ongoing, because you don't need to staff them. But, there's some maintenance costs, of course. So this is where it starts to get complicated as you try to frame that. But I do, I can work with Sam, and maybe there's something. I think the other thing, which I'm not even clear on, is, what currently might have some kind of budget appropriation, whether it's for, initial design, et cetera. Like the shade structure is a good example. There is a budget for that, unlike some of the stuff that, doesn't have any budget. So those are maybe check boxes we could help. And then the last thing I would say is it is also useful, I think, for staff always to kind of go through a bit of a process of elimination. So, whether it's like, I think you're all resolved on certain things, it sounds like, that are good ideas. Maybe you're resolved on things that are not good ideas. And then you start to kind of whittle it down so that when you have your conversation in September, it isn't the whole thing again. It's sort of like, okay, here's what we need to talk about. And I think, I'm sure Sam interacts with all of you individually, but I think that's where the interaction with the chair, to me, is important, so that you kind of set the agenda in a place where you're making progress versus kind of coming back to the whole thing all over again, if that's good advice. So those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, so I think into September, we'll continue to push it out, bring you back any further, public input as well to talk about. I think we can, maybe look at the pool discussion again. We can look at having the appendix kind of maybe of just a status budget if this is where we're at this current time. And then looking at, if we want to look at further prioritizing. Yeah.
It sounds good. Does everyone agree with that? Push it to September to review it, and then also much more, hopefully some more public comment will be coming in, because I'll have a chance to look at this.
I have no problem moving it to September. I do think that the outreach, I know you try, and it is hard because it seems until some favorite issue is before us, you never see anybody at a council meeting and you never see anybody here. So outreach, please, as much as you can. And then do you need any guidance from us? I mean, we went through your list. We pretty much said, yeah, uh-huh. And the question is whether there's any that I mean, are you expecting in September that we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 priority, or?
No, I think more of a broader discussion, like Brad was talking about. Is there anything that is not a good idea, should not be on the list, or are there any gaps that you think that maybe didn't show up in the survey, or something like that? I think could be, maybe what we think about over the next 2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tonight, I think what I heard is that the list looks more or less complete. I didn't hear any new ideas.
No.
And that potentially we might toss the pool
Yes. that's
or
what I heard.
modify the pool. But other than that, there wasn't a great deal.
Yeah, great. Well, we'll continue to push it out to the public and remind people to comment, hopefully, and then we'll talk about it, not in its entirety, but just anything that presented itself between now and then.
Okay,
Sound okay?
that sounds great.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you for all this work you've been doing with your staff as well, piling all this. So I know we've got to hear it from
Poor
Public
Rosalba
Works
had to
Poor
sit
Rosalba,
here
I know, my goodness.
all night.
Patient.
Water issue.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me again. Just a quick update on our parks, our public works projects regards to parks facilities or parks areas. Quick update on that Three Weirs project. We are still trying to secure an accessibility expert. So right now we're hoping to make the August 1st council meeting with that expert to come and clarify some of the ADA questions. So it won't be specific to the project and moving forward. It would be more a clarification for the community on the ADA questions regarding those parking stalls in general and what's required with ADA. And we will have an expert there for that meeting. And then we'll follow up later with, depending on how that meeting goes, with either a follow-up meeting on that or a field meeting with the landscape architect as requested, and then moving forward with more meetings with the council regarding that project and whether we move forward with it or not. So that's the quick Three Weirs update. Sidewalks. So we still have a contractor set to repair all the lifted or tripping hazards in public sidewalks for parks. We did have to pivot a bit with that contractor to address another project that we had going on. So now that that's complete, we're now trying to fit it back into a schedule, but that is still scheduled to go. And that includes tripping hazards or lifted sidewalk we've seen in actual parks, in front of the community center, and in front of any public facilities owned by the town. And then another quick update on the Vineyard Grant project. We did apply for that grant. We put it in there, and so now it's just waiting to hear back. And that could take 6 months potentially, depending on when they release the results. So as soon as we hear back from that, we'll be able to determine how we move forward with that project. And we did discuss a little bit on the shade structure project that we have in the budget, and then miscellaneous improvements to community hall and community center as well. Any questions?
Do you know the date by chance, the August? And I'll look into it, about the Three Weirs Park. Because aren't there usually 2 meetings in August for the council?
One meeting, August 1st.
Oh, that's okay. That's it. Thank you.
So that'll be on the August 1st meeting, and it's currently in the agenda for that meeting. But if something happens, if we get the expert or we have to push it back, then we'll push it back to the next meeting. But we will have it at a council meeting.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for waiting.
I've talked a lot tonight. I'll just give you a very brief update. So summer events full swing. We were doing music in the park, has been going really well. Hopefully you'll come out. In our Movies in the Park series, we have our next one, not this Friday, but next Friday. And summer camp, you've probably seen our gigantic group of 70 children walking about town. I get so many wonderful comments from residents at how lovely the sound is, which I think is very heartwarming. And so that's going really well. We have more children in camp than we've ever had, and it's going very smoothly. And again, it's one of those areas where we have 17 to 20 resident kids in the program every week, and the rest are non-resident children, but a lot of them have parents that work here in Yountville or Up Valley, so we're providing a really important child care service, really kind of Napa Valley wide. And our fall rec guide is at the printer, and we're pushing out kind of the electronic copy of that. It is our largest recreation guide to date since I've been here, at 44 pages of amazing things to do in the next September to December. So really proud of that. Our Golden Ticket program is larger than it's ever been. There are 46 different things to partake in. And of course, residents get a week jump on registration, and then we open to non-residents. So resident registration starts on August 9th, and then non-residents on the 17th. We do have our new Civic Rec system, so we're really trying to push it out that if you haven't registered with us since May, or if it was prior to May, that you'll need to go on and create your new Civic Rec account. But knowing our population, we're also setting up some other ways to easily register for like the Golden Ticket program and things like that. So for people who aren't as tech savvy. So obviously trying to make it as accommodating as we can. But I think that is my update. Unless you have questions.
When is the last day of camp? Because it's August 15th is the school starts?
Yeah, school starts on the 16th, and we are doing kind of a one-day 14th and 15th. So we'll run right up until the 15th. But our last official day of camp is I think it's the 10th or the 11th. I can't see the calendar.
Down.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're on the down slope, but it's also when the staff is tired, so you got to really pump them up. So, yeah, it's going very well.
How many other counselors and staff, do you have more high school than college age?
We do. We kind of have a switch rate, a little bit of a switch in that going on. But we actually have 21 staff this summer, our largest staff. And then we also, like I mentioned, have the 12 CITs. So on any given day, we have 4 to 6 volunteer counselors as well. So, but Taylor's doing an amazing job, and it really is running very smoothly.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
Anybody
thank you.
have any other comments?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, are any of the commissioners have any comments or reports? I kind of I apologize, I did that first about the Park and Rec Professional Day tomorrow, but.
Thanks for that.
Anyone else have anything?
I just had one follow-up with Samantha and maybe resolve regarding the pickleball courts and the marking or abrasion of the court surface. Where did you land on that?
I haven't been able to follow up on that with Jake this week, but I will. Yeah, we'll come back around and see if we have a resolution.
So to let the other council members know how things work is Resolva presented a plan, mentioned the grant that we've applied for. Part of that is actually for gates between the two sets of 2 pickleball courts. And we tried originally to use ball stops, just short PVC ball stops, and that worked seemingly fairly well for a couple of years. And then somebody in Napa tripped over one at their court, and that created a sort of panic in certain elements of our pickleball community. And so someone fabricated some rather elaborate PVC and plastic gates, which seem to be serving the function, but they don't work perfectly. And so when it's too hard to slide it open, people push them. And at the bottom foot is a piece of PVC pipe. And whether that's actually wearing into the surface or it's being eroded in a sandpaper-like way
Yeah.
is a little hard to tell. But anyway, it's funny how hard it is to get ahead of things when they're dynamic,
Yeah.
like a new activity.
Yes. Yeah. There's a lot of action going on out there, but no, I don't have a resolution to that yet, but I'll follow up with you when we dive in. It's been a busy week. Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else?
I appreciate your time tonight. I know it was longer than typical.
We will be done before 8 o'clock. Breaking that.
My son just got his driver's permit, and today he took his first driving class, so now he can drive with me on the street. So he's like, "Are you going to be home? When are you going to be home?"
Yeah. Good
Well,
luck.
we'll adjourn that for you to get home to Luke.
Yeah, where you go? Oh, watch out. We're going to be driving to Target.
Just wait until
I
they
know.
start coming home at 1:30 in the
Yeah,
morning.
I know you know that, Alan.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next meeting will be September 21st.
Yes.
2 months from now.
All right.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Do we need to formally motion to
Oh,
adjourn?
make an,
Yeah, please.
someone like to make a motion to.
So moved.
Okay. Second?
I second.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you
No
so much.
opposed.
Thank you.